Will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Bridges. Buckner. Coleman. Cook. Quorum. Danielson. Finberg. Fields.
There she is.
Gardner. Janal. Gonzalez. Hanson. Heisey. Holbert. Huckins Lewis. Kirkmeyer. Colker. Lee. Liston. Lundin. Moreno. Patterson. Priola. Rankin. Rodriguez. Rodriguez. Scott. Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story. Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. President Garcia.
Excused.
Madam President.
What he said. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Liston for the pledge.
Members, will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal, Senator Simpson.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the reading of the journal of Monday, May 17th, 2021 be dispensed with and that the journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The ayes have it and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 18th, correctly enroll Senate Bills 256, 266. Correctly re-enroll Senate Bills 260, 265, and 268. Correctly revised House Bills 1142, 1237. Correctly enrolled Senate Bill 11.
Committee reports.
May 17th, Committee on Health and Human Services. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following House Bill 1258 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to all the bills on the consent calendar? Oh, sorry. Majority Leader Finberg. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam President. There's been a request to remove Senate Bill 266 from the consent calendar.
The request is to move Senate Bill 266 from the consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 266 will be removed from the consent calendar. Mr. Pineda, please read 1237.
House Bill 1237 by Representative Lantina and Rich and Senator Cookmeyer and Moreno concerning the creation of a competitive farming benefits managed marketplace.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the passage of all the bill on the third reading of bill's consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1237.
We have a technical pause. It's like a senatorial 5, but it's a technical pause. Technically.
They didn't do anything again?
Is there any discussion on the bill on the consent calendar?
Don't think so.
Seeing none, are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert.
Why, thank you, Madam President. I respectfully ask to be recorded as a no vote on all of the bill listed on the third reading of bill's consent calendar, including House Bill 1237.
Minority Leader will be respectfully recorded as a no vote. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1237.
Senator Cook will be recorded as a no vote on 1237. Senator Smallwood.
Good morning, Madam President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on House Bill 1237.
Disrespectfully? Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on 1237. Are there any further no votes? Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam President. With all due deference, I request that I be recorded as a no vote on 1237.
With all due deference, you will record as no vote on 1237. Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on 1237.
Senator Sonnenberg will record as a no vote on 1237. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask to be recorded as a no vote on the entire third reading consent calendar, including House Bill 1237.
Senator Gardner will comprehensively be recorded as a no vote, including 1237. Sorry. Senator Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wish to be recorded as a no vote on 1237.
Senator Woodward will be recorded as a no vote on 1237. Any further no votes on 1237? With a vote of 27 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1237 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Bridges, Kolker, Janal, Hawkes Lewis. Buckner. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Please read the title to Senate Bill 256.
Senate Bill 256 by Senators Finberg and Moreno and Representative Hooten and Doherty concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local governing bodies.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 256 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion on Senate Bill 256? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday we had, I think, good debate, input on Senate Bill 256. I asked for a no vote on the bill. As we heard yesterday, and as I offered, this bill doesn't just allow a local jurisdiction to prohibit certain types of firearms within that jurisdiction. I would oppose the bill if it just did that. A lot of the discussion that I offered yesterday had to do with concealed carry permit holders. And to cut right to the chase, I believe that under Senate Bill 256, should it become law, that law-abiding citizens who have proved themselves worthy of that expensive government permit will suddenly need to understand which counties, which municipalities, which special districts, they're allowed to carry their handgun concealed and do nothing wrong. That's what a concealed carry permit is and what it does for a citizen in Colorado who qualifies. I'm frustrated with Senate Bill 256 because I believe it would allow those local government jurisdictions to put invisible barriers up, and then suddenly people who are law-abiding and have proved themselves such and have paid an additional fee to their government in order to have a card, a document that proves that they're worthy to go out into public and do nothing wrong, will suddenly be doing something wrong because they're standing on the wrong side of one of those invisible lines. This is particularly frustrating for me because of the question of reciprocity, which I discussed yesterday on second reading, and having a concealed carry permit in this state would allow a permit holder reciprocity in many other states, but not necessarily in all 64 counties, in all of the municipalities, and certainly all the hundreds, probably thousands of special districts that exist here in Colorado. I think that's of particular concern to people who have a concealed carry permit in another state that has reciprocity with this state. How in the world would a permit holder from another state know when he or she crosses in my neighborhood from unincorporated Douglas County into incorporated Douglas County into Parker or Lone Tree, an incorporated municipality, in and out of the South Metro Fire District or in and out of the Water District that I happen to live in, Meridian Metropolitan District. This is going to create an unworkable, confusing patchwork of local regulation. And it's unnecessary. If we had more strict enforcement against people who violate laws, but that seems to be another theme of this legislature, is to become less stringent on criminals and more stringent on law-abiding citizens. It's backward. It's against the Constitution. Our job is to uphold the rights of the law-abiding, the Constitution honoring. And I think this does the opposite. It turns local control on its head and doesn't allow a local jurisdiction to protect freedom and choice as defined by the U.S. or the Colorado constitutions. It allows those jurisdictions to limit constitutional rights of the law-abiding. And I believe had certain communities in this state down roads similar to what we see in places like Chicago or Washington, D.C. that ban firearms. And what are those communities known for? We see in news reports the number of shootings, the number of murders. I believe that's what so-called gun control, what I consider to be citizen control, because that's what it is. That's the predictable, the inevitable result. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 256.
Just a second. Let me make Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't get an opportunity to speak. Obviously, my rural internet needs work from being remote yesterday. So I'm going to take some time to express some thoughts today about what this bill actually does from my perspective and how it affects me in rural Colorado, and how I believe it will effectively repeal my ability to carry concealed in Colorado. And if it affects me, it affects others the same way. It'll also affect us in what? 35 other states that we have that we work well with together. And when we do that, what this does, this bill makes us less safe. Concealed carry permit holders are the most law-abiding and safest group among us. We have jumped through every hoop that has been mandated to obtain a permit, and we do whatever it takes to maintain that right. We will always follow the law. Senate Bill 256 allows, it encourages college campuses, cities, counties, and even special districts to ban lawful concealed carry. Permit holders will certainly follow the law and will, after enough places ban carry, just give up carrying because the risk of falling afoul of an ordinance in the park or a rec district or a random town is just too great. They will be disarmed by a patchwork of laws created by any number of thousands, yes, thousands of jurisdictions in this state. But you know who won't be impacted? Who won't be impacted at all? The criminals. Even worse, terrorists. We have had lawful concealed carry in the United States and in many states for over 20 years. What we learned is that crime goes down when concealed carry goes up. We've also learned that permit holders are the least likely of any category of citizens to commit a gun crime. Some 18 times less likely than the public at large, and 7 times less likely than even police officers. I cannot think of a case where a concealed carry permit holder committed a gun crime on a college campus in Colorado. No mass shooter, as far as I am aware, ever had a permit. To date, no law has stopped a mass shooter. No gun control law has been observed anywhere to actually reduce crime. The 2013 laws certainly haven't reduced crime in Colorado. This one won't either. Do we really think that if one of those rare events of a concealed carry permit holder committing a gun crime comes up in our state, that an ordinance against a concealed carry will affect a person whose intent is to commit murder? Please. Maybe we should make murder illegal and solve everything. But we've already done that. And that hasn't stopped those crimes either. To date, there has been observed one effective deterrent to mass murder: the proverbial good guy with a gun. Sometimes it's a school resource officer. More often it's a citizen with a permit. We saw that at a Walmart in Thornton and at churches in Colorado Springs and in Texas. Men and women defending their fellow churchgoers stopped mass murders. But under this bill, that will come potentially to an end. We won't end evil people doing evil things. In committee, we heard from a student worried, fearful, even that someone in his class might be carrying a concealed, and it scared him. as if some co-ed who fears a stalker and cares for her safety is a threat to him. But as Congressman Boebert so clearly noted, no ban would keep a criminal or a terrorist from bringing a gun to class and actually shooting him. No criminal, again, no criminal has ever followed a gun control law. So many of the mass shootings that so shock us happen in gun-free zones. Think about that. How does creating more gun-free zones actually help? The truth is that this bill won't make us more safe. It will likely make us and our loved ones less safe because a future shooting won't be stopped by a good guy with a gun, since good guys follow the law and will leave their firearms in the car. The legislative declaration of this bill states that locals know what's best for their community. The proponents have touted local control as a feature of this bill. I'm not just challenging you, I'm challenging the media to ask some hard questions and note for posterity that their readership, this is not at all about local control, it's strictly about control. Gun control. The most control possible in any jurisdiction. Let's be very clear about this. If this bill truly allowed local commissioners, for example in Logan County and Yuma County, if this was about local control, they could exercise their judgment and pass ordinances that were less strict than the state, but still fall in line with federal law. They could allow the manufacture and sale of standard capacity 30-round magazines for what is now the ubiquitous ranch rifle. But this bill doesn't allow our local county commissioners to propose and pass that in Sterling or in Akron. Those county commissioners have no control, no authority to do anything but ratchet down further on law-abiding gun owners. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be fooled and do not report that there is any semblance of local control in this legislation. Members, we have an opportunity here to actually keep law-abiding citizens as law-abiding citizens to continue to carry throughout the state of Colorado. To be that good guy with a gun that can be helpful in a time of emergency. Members, I'm asking you to defend Colorado. Defend our Second Amendment and defend those law-abiding citizens by voting no on Senate Bill 256. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill for many of the same reasons that the good senator from Sterling and the good senator from Douglas County have mentioned. You know, when we look at bills like this, it's important to look at what's being removed from the law, not just what's being added. So what's being removed from the legislative declaration from when this bill was passed in 2003 says, there exists a widespread inconsistency among jurisdictions within the state with regard to firearms regulations. This inconsistency among local government laws regulating lawful firearm possession and ownership has extraterritorial impact on state citizens and general public by subjecting them to criminal and civil penalties in some jurisdictions for conduct wholly lawful in other jurisdictions. Inconsistency among local governments of law regulating the possession of ownership of firearms results in persons being treated differently under the law solely based on where they reside and a person's residence in a particular county or city and county is not a rational clarification or classification when it is the basis for denial of equal treatment under the law. This inconsistency places citizens in the position of not knowing when they may be violating local laws and therefore being unable to avoid violating the law and becoming subject to criminal and other penalties. That was why this bill was written in 2003. It's true then. It's true now when this bill passes. People are going to be subject to different laws based on where they live with no equal protection under the law. The good senator from Sterling talked about local control, as I did yesterday. I'm going to bring it up again because it's important. This bill is touted as being, it's all about local control. We know that's not the truth, even though twice on page 2 and page 5, it says officials of local governments are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. I think that's a very important statement because local governments are uniquely equipped. Weld County knows what's best for Weld County, not Denver, not Boulder. El Paso County knows what's best for El Paso County, not the Denver metro area. Officials of local government are uniquely equipped to make determinations as to regulations necessary in their local jurisdictions. Except if you're not for gun control. If you are for gun control, then yes, governments, local governments are uniquely equipped to know what's best for their counties. If you're against gun control, then you know what? Those local governments, those local elected officials are not equipped to make those decisions for their respective jurisdictions. Don't be fooled by saying this is about local control, because it's the furthest thing from it. Concealed carry permits. We heard a little bit about that. And the good senator from Boulder mentioned that we already have state laws protecting people going through different jurisdictions. And state law supersedes local ordinance unless you apply it to this bill. If you talk about this bill, local ordinances supersede state law. And so, page 6, under the concealed carry permit, again, the good senator from Boulder said, oh no, you're covered under state law by driving through your car. Because under state law, if you're in your car, you won't be arrested or charged. But there's a very scary portion under this on page 6, line 9, where it talks about a special district or governing board can ban concealed handguns in a building or specific area. Well, I don't see a definition of specific area. That's pretty broad. So a city, Fort Collins or any other city, can say, you know, we don't want concealed carry permits in a specific area on College Avenue, or College Boulevard, whatever it is in Fort Collins. Or Boulder might say, we don't want it on whatever the main street is there while you're in your car. A complete prohibition of it. So they can ban it because it's a specific area. They can say, we don't want any firearms at all on any of our streets and roadways or highways within our jurisdiction, because that's a specific area. And now we're creating criminals out of law-abiding citizens who might be driving through Boulder or Fort Collins or Denver because they have a concealed carry permit that's in their car, but yet it's banned by that local jurisdiction because it's a specific area. Folks, as previously mentioned, this bill will do nothing. It would not have stopped the carnage in Boulder or any of the other mass shootings that we've had. This bill, again, will give people a false sense of security. Whichever jurisdiction adopts the gun control bills or language, it'll give them a false sense of security. It'll make them feel good until the next shooting. And they'll come back and say, why didn't this bill stop it? We need to do something else. Whatever it is, we don't know what it is, but we'll come up with a law because we're the legislature. We'll come up with a bill and we'll protect you, or we'll make you think we are protecting you. And that's what this bill does. It makes people in certain areas think we're protecting them. It does nothing more. Colleagues, I'd ask for a no vote on this bill.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the good senator from Sterling for pointing out the facts of how the good guys out there are the concealed carry guys. I recently read a story about what could have been a tragedy in Salt Lake, but a person with a concealed carry reacted instantly. When shots began firing, he took out the assailant without loss of life, only the assailant. I think that's important. The good senator talked about the last 20 or 30 years how concealed carry has worked with all the multiple states, which it has. But I cannot tell this story as well as my good friend, Representative Wes McKinley, would tell on the House floor. And those of you that served in the House with Wes will probably remember this, and I will not even try to duplicate what a wonderful job Wes did of explaining this. But concealed carry goes back to 1911 in New York. The Sullivan Act. And it was brought forward by a notoriously corrupt state legislator with ties to organized crime. Now, they were concerned that they didn't know who was armed. They wanted to know who was armed. So they passed this legislation that you had to have a permit for a gun, and if you didn't have a permit and you were caught with a gun, that was a felony. So how was it used? They tell me at that time that New York City especially was a large amount of police officers with connections to organized crime also. So what would happen is they would find someone that they thought was a risk to them. They were arrested and a gun was planted on them and charges were filed for illegally carrying a weapon. So we've turned about 180 degrees from what the original 1911 legislation happened. But the fact is, if you're going to go through all the expense, the training, to carry a concealed weapon, your intention is probably not to commit crimes. It's been well stated here. The law doesn't mean anything if you don't follow it. It doesn't mean anything. So, the fact is, This bill may make us feel good that we said we did something. The fact is, we are doing nothing. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 256. The good senator from Weld County brought up a point that made me think. One of the unintended consequences about this bill that really hasn't been addressed. I sit on the local government committee, and we hear a lot of legislation about special districts. And one of the characteristics, unfortunately, about most special districts, I won't say all, but about many special districts, when they elect their board of directors, or their directors, the turnout for special districts elections is abysmally low. In fact, some of the special districts, they have to practically beg people to run to be directors of special districts. And for those districts where there is an election, it's not unusual where you'll see, I'll be generous, and you'll see less than 5% of the people who are eligible to vote for the directors of the special district elect the directors. So what you're going to have in under this bill is that special districts can make rules governing concealed carry and other regulations as it deals with the special districts. And a lot of these special districts, has been brought out, cover pretty significant suburban and metropolitan areas. So you're going to have potentially directors where there's 5, I'm not sure if there's 3 or not, but 5 that have been elected by 1 or 2% say, you know, we think that this is a good idea that concealed carry cannot occur in our special district. And they will have immense power over the citizens of that special district, where you have 5 people, 3 concerning the majority, that can have an inordinate amount of power over the citizens of whether they can carry concealed or not. So you're going to have vast swaths of these potential special districts that can have enormous power over the citizens and put, as it's been stated time and time again, that as I stated here yesterday, that the safest place to be, in my opinion, the safest place to be is around citizens who carry concealed, or for that matter, open carry. Many a time I've been around, I know people that have carried concealed, and I feel entirely comfortable because those people are highly trained. They care about themselves and they care about the people who are around them, that they are willing to protect them. And it's the last thing that a person who carries concealed wants to do, is to do something egregious or bad to lose their permit. So they are diligent and caring and know the law, because 1, they believe in the law, and number 2, they certainly don't want to lose their privilege or their right to carry concealed. The worst place to be, as we've seen time and time again, are the cowards that don't care about the law and that go into, as I call it, the kill zones, because they know that people won't be carrying, or probably the chances of them being carrying. That's why, unfortunately, they go into the schools, and they go into the universities, and they go into the stores, and they start murdering people because they don't care about the law and the chances, and they feel comfortable that there's nobody there to thwart them. There are thousands and thousands of incidents where people, it's never reported because the press doesn't want to be, where a person who's carrying concealed thwarts a crime. I could cite them if I wanted to go and look them up. believe me, they're out there very easily. Thousands and thousands of cases where a person stops the bad guy from killing other people. And unfortunately, you know, we can pass more and more laws we want, but it isn't going to stop the person who has ill intent of going out there and murdering the citizens. The best place to be is with a citizen who is carrying concealed. They will stop the person, quite frankly, long before the police can ever get there. So with that and many other reasons, members, I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 256. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues. I just want to speak on this bill because I stand in strong support of the Senate Bill 256. Basically, what the bill will do, it will allow local governments to enact laws, regulation, and ordinance governing firearms. And what I've been hearing from my colleagues is that a good guy with a gun is a good thing. I'm here to tell you that a good guy with a gun is a deadly fantasy. It's a fantasy. We've all seen the reports with someone with a gun trying to commit homicide and suicide at the same time. We know the events of Sandy Hook. Was he a good guy with a gun? We know the events that happened at the Pulse Club in Florida. Was he a good guy with a gun? We know what happened in the Aurora Theater shooting. Was he a good guy with a gun? It's a fantasy if you believe a good guy is a gun, has a gun. You're selling fantasy. We just had an incident in Colorado Springs on Mother's Day at a birthday party. These kids are going to be forever traumatized. Post-traumatic stress, the trauma that's associated with being at a birthday party on Mother's Day, and we have this fantasy that's being elevated about a good guy with a gun. That's a fantasy. You can have a gun maybe for defense, but not all people who have guns are good guys. That's a deadly fantasy that we should not be elevating. Public gun violence is real, and it's time for us to take a reality check. Doing nothing in the state of Colorado is not an option for us. Over the course of time since Columbine, we have taken gun violence very personal. And after Columbine, we closed the gun show loophole, which requires you to have a background check when you buy a gun at a gun show. It started then. And it didn't stop there. Every time there's been a mass shooting or a shooting, this building has taken action to address gun violence. So I'm urging strong support for Senate Bill 256, and I do not condone this belief, this fantasy that a good guy with a gun is good for the state of Colorado. I believe in the rights, but not everyone that has a gun is a good guy. And I have seen evidence time and time again, whoever this good guy is, just recently goes to Boulder. I don't know if he's a good guy, but maybe you think he's a good guy. Someone's buying eggs and milk. He's using a gun, shooting people down. Every person with a gun is not a good guy. Some people who have guns are interested in committing homicide and suicide, and that is not a good guy. It's a fantasy for you all to believe that. Every good guy with a gun is not a good guy.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a privilege to serve with you and all of my colleagues here. I regret President Garcia is not here for this important vote today. I just heard our colleague from Arapahoe County talk about fantasy. And I don't know that I heard any expression from the senator from Sterling in his eloquent remarks talk about fantasy. In fact, implicit in, I think, everyone's remarks in opposition to this bill is that there are bad guys with guns in our society. And there are many, many good, don't let me be sexist, gals and guys with firearms in our society. So this is not, and never has been, some implicit assumption that only well-meaning people are in possession of firearms. I want to talk to you about another fantasy. Respectfully, but another fantasy. And that is the fantasy that this bill is going to do something to curb gun violence. As the good senator pointed out, this institution, this General Assembly, and the governor have responded to every one of these tragedies. They've responded to them. They've responded long since before my time in the General Assembly. I don't know about you, but I remember when and where I was sitting when I heard about Columbine. And this institution, the federal government, they all responded. But recall yesterday I said there's two problems here. And there may be others, and I'm open to discussing them. But one is a problem of behavioral health and the fact that in America we have wide availability of firearms, and I think the Heller decision dictates that we will continue to have wide availability of firearms, and to be clear, I support that. But we don't lead in these problems with behavioral health concerns and treatments. We seek to take guns from the hands of everyone, or allow municipalities and special districts to pass their own little discrete laws, which won't do any good if a perpetrator from an unincorporated part of the state decides to get in his or her car, more likely his, and drive to the center of a community that prohibits those firearms. It's just not going to do it. That's a fantasy. That is a fantasy. Second problem. And the one I talked about, so I'm distressed that there was a description of fantasy about every person with a gun was a good guy, because yesterday I talked about the overwhelming numbers of deaths in this country due to firearms. And the overwhelming numbers of deaths are those in possession of firearms illegally, other than the mental health issue. By the way, I commend to your reading a Supreme Court case of yesterday on a 9-0 decision regarding an illegal search for someone's firearms, 9-0. If we're serious about deaths by firearms, then we'll get serious about felons in possession of firearms, people in possession of illegal and stolen firearms. But if you do that, you can't pass bills that say, well, we're not going to have mass incarceration. We can't contribute to the prison population if we do that. The only way you deal with the bad guys that the good senator describes is to get them off the street, because despite what so many people think, that we can rehabilitate everybody, and believe me, I wish to do so, but the reality is people who are willing to steal a firearm or obtain a stolen firearm and to use it to rob a store or a gas station or to defend their turf or to prevent someone from testifying against them, those people are going to be very, very difficult to rehabilitate. And society is best served when they are in the Department of Corrections, or the Bureau of Prisons, because they are dangerous people. And they'll be dangerous with a firearm, they'll be dangerous with a knife, they'll be dangerous. Will they be less dangerous without a firearm? Well, maybe so. Sort of a academic argument. Those are dangerous people. This bill doesn't do anything about that. Because those people are willing to disregard the law? Frankly, they're willing to have a shootout if they're on their way to whatever jurisdiction they're going to have a shooting incident. They're willing to have a shooting incident if they get pulled over for a speeding violation and the officer recognizes something's wrong. One of the risks that our law enforcement officers encounter every day. We ought to empower them to get the guns out of the hands of criminals and to take those people off the streets. We ought to, as I believe we finally have, do something about behavioral health issues. There was once upon a time.
Senator, would you like your other 10 minutes?
I do, Madam President. Thank you. There was a time, once upon a time, it seems 1,000 years ago to me, that we had an interim committee on school safety. And we tried to empower those to do something about it. I think that's all been forgotten, but it's still there. It's still there. And it was important work. Members, the fantasy here is that Senate Bill 256 is going to make a difference. That's the fantasy. The fantasy here is that our weak legislative responses to, I don't know, I mean, to tell the world, to tell constituents that we passed this bill and things are going to get better. That's a fantasy. Vote no.
Further discussion. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Going to rise in opposition to Senate Bill 256, but I did want to come up as the leader of the Minority Caucus and express some frustration, both coming into the chamber and maybe going back out of the chamber. The perspective of those outside of the Capitol and the perspective of those of us inside the Capitol and inside this chamber. It is common, as the leader of a caucus, to hear from constituents who support or oppose a given bill. And it is common for people to advocate for or against a bill as though this were Congress in Washington, D.C. or some other state. What I mean by that is, it is common for people to say, Holbert, Senator Holbert, you're the leader of your caucus. Tell the members of your caucus how they should vote. In Congress, I think that's called whipping. If you'll vote for this bill, we'll get you something else on another bill. If you'll vote a certain way on this bill, we'll make sure you have what you need in your next campaign. If you don't vote right on this bill, we'll make sure that you don't have the resources you need on your next campaign, whatever the conversations might be. That cannot happen in this legislature, at least it shouldn't, because the rule book that the people of Colorado gave us in deciding the outcome of things like Senate Bill 256, in Article 5, Section 22A, it prohibits caucus positions, and my reading of it, I've said before, I'm not an attorney, but my reading of Article 5, Section 22A of our state constitution says that one legislator, like me as one of the 100 legislators in the General Assembly or 35 in this chamber, that I can't pressure, I can't entice, I can't threaten to give or withhold something to another member, any member, not just the members of my caucus, to vote yes or no on a given bill. Why did the people of Colorado put that in their state constitution in 1876? Well, so that all 100 of us would be accountable to you, the people of Colorado, not to each other. That's something I've taken a great deal of time over the past several weeks to explain to constituents who have asked me to tell the members, the other 14 members of my caucus, how they should vote. My understanding is that 15 out of the 15 members of the Senate Minority Caucus will vote no. Because I told them to? No, because I've asked them. Because we've talked about this. And they said they were going to vote no. So that's a frustration that I have inside the chamber going out. Explain to people, no, you don't want me to tell them how they have to vote, because that would violate the Constitution that we've sworn an oath to uphold. And I take great pleasure, pride in explaining what's in our state constitution to people who just innocently don't know. But I wanted to take a few minutes to come up and talk about that, because now I have a frustration of a perspective that's been voiced from this chamber out to the people of Colorado. And that is that one or some members of this chamber might assume that anyone with a gun is somehow bad. My friend from Aurora, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think what I understood was that it was a fantasy that anyone with a gun can't be good. And I have been proud to stand with my friend from Aurora, like on the abolition of the death penalty. Her words were soaringly inspirational. And I too have stood here at this mic and in our service time in the House. I've had people contact me, I've had members of the press question, did you mean this rather than that by the words that I spoke? And I don't mean to call her words into question. But I did want to take an opportunity to come here and say that if some members of this body believe that anyone with a gun, including military or law enforcement or people who have their concealed carry permit, or a parent who teaches a son or daughter how to safely use firearms, that somehow you are all inherently bad, or we are all inherently bad because of that inanimate object or objects. Well, I don't believe that. And I'm confident that many others here do share that perspective. I don't believe that either. I believe that there are many instances where good people with a gun, a good person with the right intent, can stop bad things from happening. Yeah, I do believe that. I'm proud, as I've mentioned before, that my older son is one of those people, a deputy sheriff. I'm proud that my wife is one of those people, a holder of a concealed carry permit. And I'm proud to stand with the 14 other members of my caucus to say, no, people of Colorado, we don't believe that all people with guns are somehow bad. There is a difference. So to my friend from Aurora, again, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I thought I understood your words, and that's what I heard. You have reminded us before that words have meaning, and I take that to heart. Ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 256.
You're out of time.
I asked, yeah.
The minority leader will not be recognized. You've been at the mic twice. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sunday was a rough day. For anyone who doesn't know, I don't have a cold. I'm not contagious. I had a rough day with some food poisoning on Sunday, but that's why my voice is hoarse. I apologize, Madam President. To clarify, I do ask for a no vote On Senate Bill 256. Yeah, no. A no vote. I understand there was actually a recorded vote across the way in the other chamber yesterday. Let's not get there. Apologize. I am a little bit slow today, but I do ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 256. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President. You can
All good.
we
Grace for
do all
everyone.
make
It's the end of the
mistakes,
session.
and words do have meaning. And I am a concealed carry permit holder. It's expired late last year. Do not worry. I've been busy with session. I will get it renewed. I own guns. I am not the best shot. I'm a decent shot. If anyone from the side of the aisle wants to go shooting with me, you can help me improve my skills. And I do not think the good senator from Aurora has implied that everyone that owns a gun is a bad person. But that we have this idea that bad people can always be stopped from good people with guns. And that we have this ideology that that's how it happens. But we've had more mass shootings in the past weeks than we've seen in a long time as we come out of the pandemic. And so it was not the implication that every person that owns a gun is a bad person. I know the senator from Aurora probably thinks I'm a good person. I own a gun, I have a concealed carry permit. And part of having a concealed carry permit is actually doing the training, understanding the law, knowing how to wield a weapon, and knowing when and where and how to use that. And that's what this bill does. This bill says local communities can decide for themselves what's appropriate and what's not. And I just wanted to say, as a gun owner, as a concealed permit carrying person, I firmly support this bill because I believe in responsible gun ownership. I believe in knowing the law. I believe in safety. And I'm asking for an aye vote on 256.
Further discussion. Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. People get frustrated with us when we all have to explain our vote. I mean, the vote is the vote. It's binary. It's what drives the policy of the state, and that's appropriate. I come down here after a series of, I think, eloquent explanations for a rational reason to oppose this bill. But I want to offer something else up, and that is this. I think we all want to get at a safer society. We all want to get at the root cause of that which causes us pain and angst and anguish over and over again in our society. And this bill does not contribute to that. But that doesn't mean we can't, and we didn't have opportunities within our grasp that we backed away from, in my perspective. Earlier in this session, when we were debating budget, our side brought some significant mental health ideas. And as they worked through the process, the dollars for mental health, which is fundamental to the root cause of the problems we have seen, the dollars that we had negotiated for were cut back, were pared back. I simply rise to say this bill isn't going to solve the problem, and you've heard many issues that actually potentially create greater strain on society, and call for my colleagues to say, let's actually pursue resolution for that which we all seek. And I think that is found, quite frankly, in finding a way to come together, to focus the dollars we spend, and maybe find more dollars to spend as we focus those dollars on mental health, to avoid threats against other people, and quite frankly, to avoid threats of suicide. That, coupled with the fact that this bill doesn't address that core function, is why I rise in opposition to this bill. Let's get serious about the solution to the root issue as a team, Republicans and Democrats, to address that which we might be able to get our hands around that truly deals with the root issue and isn't just window dressing around a political conversation that, quite frankly, I think in a way balkanizes this conversation. This bill balkanizes the conversation further by driving it into communities where one community can say, we're more restrictive. It's not actually an honest conversation about can we do this or that. It's simply a tighter restriction that I think at the end of the day will not provide any greater safety for anyone in that community. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't going to come back, but the conversation has led me to think deeply about what we do in this building. And if I thought this was going to do something, I would be all in, totally support. But the fact is, the toughest gun laws in the nation are Chicago. First 3 months of Chicago, almost 1,000 shootings, 217 deaths. The fact is that you can't legislate honesty, you cannot legislate integrity, you cannot legislate morality. And that seems to be what we try to do here. We talk big, but in essence, we do nothing. Not long ago, I was in Judiciary, in committee, presenting a bill on school safety while the shooting is going on in Parkland. An unstable, vicious bastard went in killing children. He knew the exact escape routes. He knew what happened when the fire alarm rang. He knew they would come to him. Mental issues are very real, and we have done nothing about that. We talk about what we're going to do for school safety, but what have we actually done? Not a lot. I had the opportunity last week to visit with a friend. He was a friend after the phone call, unknown, but an hour conversation, who runs a security service that protects very, very wealthy people. Probably the best trained security people in the world. One of his clients is from a school district in California that could probably afford anything they want. Beverly Hills School District provides the school. His company provides the protection for that school. They look somewhat like the marshals we have on the airlines. But those are the kinds of things that we need to do to protect our children. We keep talking about school shootings and safety and everything we've done. But the fact is, we've given a lot of lip service, and frankly, we have done nothing. The good senator talked about mental health. I don't think there's anybody in their right mind that would pick up a gun and go out and commit mass murder. Had the opportunity not a couple of years back to meet Colonel Dave Grossman. His job in the military is to train snipers. He said, I started out and 1 in 1,000 was a natural-born killer. But he said we used training, we used techniques, we used videos to take the emotion out of taking a life. He said, and frankly, that's the very same thing our children today are watching on video games. You shoot them down, they fall down, you score points, the game is over. The reality of taking a life has been taken away through training in the things that we are exposing our children to. Let's get real about what we're going to do. If we're going to talk about stopping mass shootings, whether it be in schools or businesses, let's seriously look at the root problems and what we are doing. So far, we have given great lip service. We pass bills like this. At the end of the day, it doesn't make a damn difference at all.
Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank everybody for the discussion over the last couple of days on this bill. I know it's a passionate issue for folks on both sides of the issue. And I don't disagree with a lot of what has been said about some of the opposition or some of the visceral feelings about why this is not the right solution or that it's not a solution. I agree it's not a solution. And from the very beginning, when we started talking about this bill or this topic, I said from the beginning, I'm under no illusion that if this bill had been in effect and if my community's assault weapons ban had been in effect, that the tragedy at the King Soopers wouldn't have happened. I will not make that claim. I think if there is a person who is intent on doing harm, they'll find a way to do harm. I also agree that this bill does not get at the root cause of gun violence. I don't think the senator from Commerce City or myself have made that claim. I don't think this bill is about the root cause of gun violence. But I also don't think it's fair to say that we as a body never focus on mental health and we never discuss some of the root causes of gun violence. We do have those conversations. It's just not in this bill. Because as we've discussed in recent days of single subject laws and things of that nature, that's not what this bill is about. It is not about the root causes, and I will admit that. And to be honest, this is not an issue, guns in general is not an issue that I have worked on myself in the legislature. I sat on the State Affairs Committee in a Republican-controlled Senate, so I saw my fair share of gun bills. But it's not an issue I have worked on myself through legislation. I generally, doesn't mean I don't care about the issue, but I generally try to defer to others with lived experiences or folks who feel a more passionate calling for that issue. But the events that happened in my community not too long ago made this personal. It made this something that my community was begging me to do. Not because they are under the illusion that this law would have prevented that tragedy, but because they were hurting, they were in pain, and they were simply asking the question, why would the state not allow us to do what we think is appropriate to protect ourselves? Acknowledging that maybe the actions they would have taken if they had the right to do so, maybe they wouldn't have been effective. But why would the state say, we don't even want you to consider laws or local ordinances that you think could create a safer community? I don't have a great answer to that question. The answer is in 2003, the legislature decided to pass a preemption law that was being shopped around by the NRA to dozens of states. And dozens of states have pretty much this exact law in the books. That's not to say that it's inherently bad. It's just that's why it's there. There's a political conversation about making sure cities didn't have these conversations and didn't put forward local ordinances. And again, I think we can have that debate, and that's a reasonable discussion to have on if cities should have that right. But in my community, this was the question. And I felt the need to bring this conversation up to the legislature so that we can have the debate on if local communities should be able to have the debate amongst themselves. And I think they should. This bill is not going to solve the problem. It's not about the root solutions. It's about communities being able to control their own destiny. And it also acknowledges that all over the country, and very much so in Colorado, different communities have different ways of life, and the relationship to firearms is different. And this acknowledges that. I think a lot of the disastrous worst case scenarios that have been discussed over the last couple of days about this bill are not going to happen. In fact, the reason why, in a way, that we're having this debate is not because of King Soopers, but because of laws that the city of Boulder passed and then had overturned because it violated this section of statute. And I'm guessing the city of Boulder is going to be more aggressive than most communities when given this authority. And we've already seen what they were interested in doing. They passed an assault weapons ban. It wasn't a conversation about concealed carry. This bill, I think, at the heart is not about concealed carry. And I think a community like Boulder should have the right to pass the ordinances that they passed. But I also think we sometimes focus on the shiny subject that we think is controversial on when it comes to guns. I think it's, if communities are given this opportunity, the conversations they will have are going to be very nuanced, and they're going to be tailored to the needs and the problems they're seeing in their communities. And I think that is where there is an intersection with policies that could work, that do have to do with root causes. For instance, I think a community should have the authority to have a waiting period, maybe for people under a certain age, or to think about what types of weapons are sold, maybe near a school. In my community, there's a gun store. Yes, there is a gun store in Boulder. It's literally next to Boulder High School. If, in the future, there's an epidemic of suicides by gun, and we know how that happens in some communities, it's incredibly sad. When you see a suicide amongst a high school student, you often see another, and sometimes another. And that's how it happens. If a local community is experiencing that type of tragedy, I think they should have the ability to call a special city council meeting or whatever it is in that community and say, you know what, we need to stop this because there's one store where kids of a certain age are buying a gun and then an hour later shooting themselves. I think they should have the right to pass a tailored, nuanced policy to address a serious problem in their community. Right now, they're not allowed to have those conversations as a community. And many communities aren't going to have those conversations. This bill recognizes that some want to have it, some don't, and some solutions are going to work in some communities and some might not work in others. And I think that's okay. I don't think this bill is unconstitutional. I don't think it creates gun-free zones. I don't think it gets rid of the reciprocal nature of concealed carry. I think it just lets communities have conversations amongst themselves on how they can tailor policies to save lives. And I think that's appropriate. I want to thank everybody for the conversations, the discussions, the debate. It was respectful. And I know many of us have visceral feelings about this topic, and we will often disagree. But I appreciate the debate and the discussion in committee, especially, as well as here on the floor. Madam President, I do urge and I vote on Senate Bill 256 today. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 256. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Kirkmeyer, Scott, Holbert, Lundeen, Gardner, Cook, Woodward, Coram, Heisey, Liston, Priola, Smallwood, Rankin, Simpson. With a vote of 19 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 256 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, Danielson, Hawkes Lewis, Fields, Mr. Pineda, please read the title to House Bill 1142.
House Bill 1142 by Representative Bacon, Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures related to eyewitness identification techniques and in connection therewith requiring reporting data related to eyewitness techniques and regulating the use of show-up identifications.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1142 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just remind this caucus that it did pass unanimously out of Senate Judiciary. I really encourage an aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1142. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1142 is adopted. Co-sponsors on House Bill 1142. Senators Bridges, Lee, Moreno, Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Buckner, Hansen. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 266?
Senate Bill 266 by Senator Gardner and Lee and Representative Weissman Soper concerning the non-substantive revision of the statutes and revised statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 266 and request permission for the introduction of a third reading amendment.
Will you please explain the need for that third reading amendment, Senator Gardner?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the best explanation is that the reviser's work is never done. This is the reviser's bill, everyone. I would ask for it to be read at length, but I wouldn't want to do that to Dave, because I don't know how you read through the crossouts and underlines and so forth. The reviser of statutes, Ms. Gilroy, came to me this morning and said that they had done a conflicts check against current legislation, and the reviser's bill is drafted, and found that in the transportation bill, as I understand it, I think I have this right, something had already been stricken. So what this third reading amendment, if I were able to offer it, would do would be to amend the engrossed bill, page 26. If you'd like to take this out, strike lines 4 through 19, and it renumbers the succeeding sections accordingly, something that the revisers will have done very carefully. So I request this permission to offer the amendment.
The question before the body is Senator Gardner's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 266?
Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 266.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I'm sorry. I move
All
Amendment
sorts of chairs
002
this morning
to
and not a
Senate
single
Bill
president around.
266.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I paid the fine for my colleague and asked for an aye vote on L002.
Senator Gardner, you just moved the amendment, correct?
I did.
Is there any further discussion on L002 to Senate Bill 266? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L002 to Senate Bill 266. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, L002 is passed. To the bill, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 266 with the necessary amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you. On behalf of my co-prime sponsor, the other senator from El Paso County, and myself, I want to extend our thanks to the reviser of statutes, Jennifer Gilroy, her staff led by Nate Carr. As I said when I offered the third reading amendment, the truth of the matter is the reviser's work is never done. They, while we're at home in the interim, while we're here, are going through those volumes back there, taking out the things that just inevitably occur. You see them in your own bills. It is the work that keeps the Colorado Revised Statutes clean, clear, without confusion for particular numberings and paragraphs. And so we thank them, acknowledge their work, and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 266. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 266 is passed. Co-sponsors. General Orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of second reading of bills consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Funberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a request to remove Senate Bill 146 off of the consent calendar.
Well, there's no motion.
It just happens.
Will the clerk please read the titles to the second reading of bills consent calendar?
House Bill 1021 by Representative Felton, Caraveo, and Senators Zenzinger and Heisey concerning supporting the peer support professional workforce and in connection with making an appropriation. House Bill 1200 by Representative Kipp and Buck and Senators Bridges and Lundin concerning financial literacy standards for public schools and in connection with making an appropriation. Senate Bill 158 by Senators Danielson and Pedersen and Representatives Tatona and Durand concerning modifications to the Colorado Health Service Corps program administered by the Department of Public Health and Environment to expand the availability of geriatric care providers in shortage areas in the state. Senate Bill 267 by Senators Hansen and Representative Herod concerning the extension of the Office of Public Guardianship.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar and their associated committee reports, including House Bill 1021, House Bill 1200, Senate Bill 158, along with the Health and Human Services Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report, and Senate Bill 267.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the committee reports. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills under consideration? Seeing none, well, are there any in favor? Any opposed? Thank you for raising your hand. The bills are adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a robust debate. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had in consideration the following task bills being the second reading that ever makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 158 as amended, Senate Bill 267 passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1021 and 1200 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 146 removed from general order second reading of the bill's consent calendar and placed at the end of the general order second consent calendar for May 18th.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 158 as amended, Senate Bill 267 passed on second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1021, House Bill 1200 passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 146 removed from General Order's second reading of bills consent calendar and placed at the end of General Order's second reading of bills calendar for 5/18/2021. General Order's second reading of bills, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of General Order's second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of General Order's second reading of bills, and Senator Zenzinger will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 87, and Senate Bill 200 lay over until tomorrow, May 19th.
The motion is for House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 87, and Senate Bill 200 to lay over until tomorrow, May 19th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills will be laid over. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 190 lay over until May 20th.
The motion is for Senate Bill 190 to lay over until May 20th. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over until May 20th. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 174 and Senate Bill 261 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of bills calendar.
The motion is for Senate Bill 174 and 261 to be laid over until the bottom of the general order second reading of bills. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills will be laid over to the end of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1006?
House Bill 1006 by Representative Escar and Senators Garcia and Heisey concerning fifth day school week supplemental enrichment programs.
Senator Dennis Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1006 on second reading.
And
probably some committee reports, is that?
yes, one from the committee that I chair.
Senator Heisey.
Is there any discussion on the Education Committee report? Senator Heisey.
It was a great report.
Urge
your approval.
In particular, the committee chair and her role. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of that committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates a fifth day enrichment program for those schools that only have a 4-day program, which, by the way, is a large majority of our school districts, not necessarily a large majority of the school children, because they tend to be smaller and rural districts. But this would allow Boys and Girls Clubs, any number of agencies, including rural schools, could apply for these funds when the funds are available to do something for those kids. Does great things for the parents who are working, allows them to know their kids are safe and in a nurturing environment. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1010?
House Bill 1010 by Representative Ricks and Gonzalez Gutierrez and Senator Fields concerning increasing the diversity of Colorado's educators in elementary and secondary public schools and in connection there with making an appropriation.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1010 on second reading.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1010. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The aye has it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1073?
House Bill 1073 by Representative Van Beber and Michelson Janae and Senators Moreno and Kirkmeyer concerning the creation of a support fosters family license plate and in connection there with making an appropriation.
1073.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1073. And maybe a committee report?
Nope.
Nope, no committee report.
Oh, great. All right,
Just the
perfect. Members, this would create the Support Foster Families license plates brought forward by actually a constituent in my district who The mission of the organization is to support foster families. This would simply allow folks who opt into this license plate to support that type of work, encourage your support.
Seeing no further discussion, Minority Leader Hulbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll do this once. It looks like there'll be multiple opportunities today. But once again, we have the opportunity to create yet another license plate in Colorado. No judgment at all against any of the organizations or causes that have specialty license plates in Colorado, but I think we're over 150 now. Kind of a joke in my 11 years in the General Assembly is we'll just continue to do this until everybody in Colorado has their own specialty plate. I vote no on license plates, and no disrespect to members of the military branches that might have that, or the universities, or the sports teams, or the causes. But this to me is like voting yes on putting a logo on a tax form. Would you pay more to do that? Now, cars are special. Appreciate that. I actually have the 50th anniversary of the U.S. Air Force plate because I had an eagle on it. One of the reasons I decided to do that instead of the green and white plate was that my county clerk was not charging an additional fee because they couldn't give those away either. And I thought the red, white, and blue looked better than green and white. So with all due respect, I'll be voting no on this and every other license plate bill on the calendar today. Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want the record to reflect that I would pay extra to add my logo to my income tax form.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1073. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1073 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1087?
House Bill 1087 by Representative Doherty and Bradfield and Senators Danielson concerning authorizing education support for professionals to participate in the teaching and learning conditions survey in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1087.
The motion is for the adoption of House Bill 1087. Is there any discussion? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1087 is a pretty simple, straightforward measure. Right now we have a survey that informs how local governments, school districts, the community should be prioritizing spending. It will help inform classroom priorities. It will help reflect how the kids are doing in school and what might be done to improve the situation to make sure that the kids are getting the best that they can get. There's one missing piece of this, and that is that education support professionals are not included in the survey. Even though right now we demand so much of these support professionals in each classroom, we do not include them on the input of the survey. So we're intentionally excluding a really, really critical voice in helping to inform the community about how to improve the classroom setting and thus improving classroom learning for all of our kids across the state. So I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1087.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in mild opposition. It will result in a no vote. It did result in a no vote in committee and will be a no vote on thirds. We have this expanding desire to, I think, lose focus on what we're trying to do in education. What is our core mission? Who is the provider of that core mission? And I would say we continue to diffuse the focus that we should have on supporting our classroom teachers, those who are student-facing, those who are doing the exact, specific core mission of public education. Are all the other people who support important? Yes, absolutely. They're critically important in the role they play. They play a supporting role. This bill is one more step along that pathway where we tend to lose our focus on supporting student-facing classroom teachers. We call bus drivers educators. We call them teachers, quite frankly. I don't, but the broader policy conversation insists on doing that. We call gardeners teachers. I don't, but the broader public policy environment chooses to do that. We call cafeteria workers, teachers. I don't, but the broader public policy conversation seeks to do that. This bill is part of that effort. I think it's misguided. I urge your opposition.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1087. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1128?
House Bill 1128 by Representative Michael Janae and Senator Hansen concerning the creation of a special license plate for end-of-life care and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1128 and the Appropriations Committee report.
I don't believe there is a committee report listed.
Madam Chair.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you. My apologies. You'd think I would know that since I'm the chair of Appropriations. Folks, there's no Appropriations Committee report, so I move House Bill 1128.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I do this bill for my mother. She was a hospice nurse for many years during her career, serving out in the Montrose area. Got to know her work up close through her stories, as well as spending some time with her with different clients and patients. This is an extremely important part of our overall medical system. This is something I think that shows the compassion that we have for our fellow citizens and a way to honor those who do this work day in and day out. It is very difficult work, and I think this is an appropriate way to honor and that service. So I urge your support of 1128.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1128. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1145?
House Bill 1145 by Representative Kippen, Sopa, and Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Simpson concerning the creation of a special license plate to support pollinators and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1145 and ask for an aye vote.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates the Support Pollinators Group Special License Plate. Yet another one. Be careful how you vote on this one. So I'm passionate about this one. For decades, I have at least 2 commercial bee operators bring bees to my farm every year. So I incentivize the Finance Committee with little jars of fresh Colorado honey off of my farm. So if you're interested, let me know, and I can provide you with fresh honey. Encourage an aye vote.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
There's a lot of buzz about this bill, so please support it.
Let it be.
So the motion is for the adoption of the bee's knees, House Bill 1145. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1180?
House Bill 1180 by Representative Valdez D. and Will and Senators Quorum concerning measures to increase biomass utilization throughout the state.
Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1180 and the Agricultural Committee report, and there is absolutely no sting to what I'm telling you today.
To the report.
Thank you. This bill came to us from the House as a study. The Agricultural Committee discussed this and said, why a study? We've known for 10 years what the problems are. Let's just do it. So in the Agricultural Committee, we said that we were going to spend up to $2.5 million, allowing up to $2.5 million, allowing gifts, grants, and donations to if they think they want to do their study, but let's do it. They've got till March of 23 to start implementing the grants, but ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Coram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I once again renew my request for a yes vote on House Bill 1180 as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1180. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219 by Representative Escar and Mulligan, Senators.
House Bill 1219. Oh,
And Buckner, concerning special license plate to recognize nurses in Colorado in connection with making appropriation. Moreno and Buckner, excuse me.
there we go. Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1219 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, in the Finance Committee, we added a non-statutory short title to this act, which would create a nurse license plate. There is a nurse who is also a councilwoman who did the bulk of collecting the signatures for this license plate. It's not just a matter of creating a license plate in state law. You also have to demonstrate that people would purchase that license plate by collecting signatures. She did a lot of that work, and so we felt it appropriate to add a short title recognizing that hard effort. I encourage your aye vote of the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1219 would create a nurse license plate in Colorado. I think particularly after the pandemic and everything that our healthcare professionals, but especially our nurses, have done during this time, I think it's an appropriate recognition of their work, and I encourage your support of House Bill 1219.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we know that our nurses are vital. And obviously, during the pandemic, more than ever, we realize the need for their selfless acts. We appreciate them and we respect them, and this is a perfect way to thank them. And I've been in the legislature 6 years, and this is my first license plate bill. So I am absolutely thrilled that it is for the nurses. Thank you so much, and we're asking for an aye vote for House Bill 1219.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1219. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be adopted.
Kevin.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 180?
Senate Bill 180 by Senator Priola and Representative Burton Titone concerning efforts to increase recycling in Colorado.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 180 and the committee report from Business.
Finance? And?
BLT, Finance, and Appropriations.
Say Business, Finance, and
Finance,
Appropriations.
and Appropriations.
Great. To the BLT report.
Madam Chair, in Business, Labor, and Technology, we made some technical amendments to the bill and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion of the Business, Labor, and Technology report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Finance, we did a strike below on the bill, which turned the bill into a PCRC study, and it will mesh perfectly with Senate Bill 55 that was passed last year. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in appropriations, we put a J amendment on as well as did a technical amendment to fix the amendment in finance. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read the amendment L017?
L017.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L017 to Senate Bill 180.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment is another technical amendment to fix the strike below we ran in finance. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Those
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill now adds upon the study in Senate Bill 55 last year. Again, it will have CDPHE look at post-consumer recycled content. What that means is, say for example, in the future may have a minimum requirement of 40 or 50% recycled glass in any Coors beer bottle, or 50% recycled aluminum in any Coca-Cola soda can. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 180. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199? Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 199 lay over to the bottom of the general order second reading of bills calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 199 to the bottom of the second reading of bills. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over to the bottom of the calendar. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Danielson and Story, Representative Amabali and McKean, concerning the creation of a rural jumpstart zone grant program in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 229 and the Local Government Committee report.
To the local government report.
I urge an aye vote on the report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is focused on rural jumpstart zones. A number of them have been identified, and there are more that have the capacity to apply and fall into that range in order to encourage and entice new businesses and new employees and invest more in rural jumpstart zone areas with new business.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 229. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 229 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 240?
Senate Bill 240 by Senator Danielson and Simpson, Representative Kip and Catlin, concerning the transfer of money from the general fund to the Colorado Water Conservation Board Construction Fund for Watershed Protection Program in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 240 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were very gracious in appropriations. The committee added another $5 million to the original funding request.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was a bill to inject stimulus dollars into CWCB Watershed Grant Restoration Program, an existing program, really in response to horrific wildfires last season. In particular, the East Troublesome Fire and the Cameron Peak Fire were over 200,000 acres. There's a huge pressing need for watershed restoration and improvement following these fires. The the actual need is probably in closer to $100 million. The bill will now appropriate $20 million to the grant program, and look for your support and an aye vote.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to also say it was my first bill with Senator Simpson. It was my privilege to be able to work with him on this important issue, and for all the reasons that he mentioned and so many more, our water quality, our air quality, cleanup after these horrible disasters, I urge an aye vote on the measure, and I thank you for your time.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members, I voted no on this in committee, but you need to understand why I voted no. At that point, it was a protest vote simply because, as the sponsor said, it's not enough.
Because it's my bill.
We have, as the sponsor said, $100 million that it would take to actually deal with the issues from the burn areas that we need to deal with. I'm pleased that we went from 15 to 20. As you know, I've ran amendments to try and put 30 million in this through several different avenues. I'm going to be a yes, because this is an important start, in hopes that we can add more to this, knowing the importance of that water quality issue. And I do thank the sponsors for working with me and listening to me cry and moan about how important water quality is and that we need to do more. But I will be a yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 240. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 241?
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Field and Bridges and Representative Rickson Doherty concerning the creation of Small Business Accelerated Growth Program in connection with making appropriation.
Go ahead.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 241 and the Business, Labor, and Technology Report.
To the BLT report.
The report just amends the definition as Tier 1 transition community, and it also updates the statute as it relates to Colorado Loan Startup Fund. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Business, Labor, and Technology report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Renew the motion for passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Senate Bill 241. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 243?
Senate Bill 243 by Senators Moreno and Representative McCluskey concerning annual appropriation to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 243 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee simply added the appropriation for the bill. I encourage your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Senate Bill 243 has had a long journey to get before you here on second reading. It originally started as a budget request from the Department of Public Health and Environment. Through some discussions, we had decided that it would be appropriate for a committee of reference to review this request because it is a fairly substantial investment in the public health infrastructure. That happened. It had a hearing before the Senate Health and Human Services Committee that, well, it originally was assigned to the Appropriations Committee, then we referred it to Health and Human Services, then back to Appropriations, and now here on second reading. There was some discussion that came up in Appropriations around this is absolutely an appropriate use of federal dollars. And so what will likely happen is this bill will be held in the Second Chamber's Appropriation Committee until we can figure out exactly how will those federal dollars flow, how can we capitalize on them, because this is absolutely an appropriate use for those dollars. About half of the appropriation goes to the Department of Public Health and Environment to invest in public health infrastructure. The other half, however, goes to local public health agencies. And every local public health agency that we have in our districts will receive about double their allocation from the state. There has never been such a sizable investment in public health and in local public health agencies. And with that, I would encourage your support of Senate Bill 243.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 243? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 243. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 248?
Senate Bill 248 by Senators Donovan and Simpson, Representative McCormick and Holtorf, concerning assistance for agriculture in Colorado in connection therewith establishing a loan program in the Department of Agriculture and transferring money from the general fund to a new agriculture future loan program, cash fund, to be used for the loan program.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 248 along with the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report and the Appropriations report.
To the Agricultural and Natural Resources report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made one small change in the definition of a ag processing description, added the word storage to the bill.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Agricultural and Natural Resources report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Remember if it was
Senator Donovan.
It's against the rules. Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations put in the state stimulus money of $30 million into this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the appropriation report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
003 to Senate Bill 248 by Senator Donovan.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003 to Senate Bill 248.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After the bill got out to the public, there were further discussions between the banking industry as well as the Ag Department and the bill's sponsors that we should add some language in allowing for the Ag Department to work with a financial entity in order to develop and help administer the loan program. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 248 was an infusion of up to $30 million for low-interest loans for the ag communities across the state. $10 million of it for ag infrastructure projects, and another $20 million to help really beginning and underprivileged and underrepresented farmers get started and funded, again, through low-interest loans. These are through stimulus dollars, so important to the ag community across the state, really to keep us somewhat prosperous and at least alive. So would appreciate an aye vote.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is not always easy to get money to invest in ag in this building. And so to be able today with, in a bipartisan effort, to be able to carry a bill that will be a long-term investment in the future of agriculture in Colorado is very exciting and very hopeful. This bill, it creates the Colorado Agricultural Future Loan Program. If you're someone that likes acronyms, you can hear to refer to as the CAF program. And this program will provide loans to, in its initial contemplation for infrastructure and young and beginning ranchers and farmers. And then in the long term, it will narrow its focus to just be on beginning ranchers and farmers. Agriculture is really an irreplaceable thread in the tapestry of Colorado's history, as well as a thread that we need to weave our future. And a pattern and ongoing problem that we're seeing in the future of agriculture is the average age of an agriculturalist is more gray hair than not. And so we're really hopeful that this revolving loan program will help beginning ranchers and farmers be a part of this incredible community that is ag. So the department will prioritize loans for farmers and ranchers who've been in the business for less than 10 years. That's kind of our standard beginning rancher and farmer program. And then hopefully that these some of initial hurdles to beginning a ranch or farm that oftentimes traditional financial institutions don't invest in will be able to really empower and support a new generation of Colorado farmers and ranchers that will far outlast all of us who are currently in this chamber. So it is a really exciting opportunity today to lift up an industry that is a cornerstone of Colorado's economy and be able to invite a new generation to the table and make sure that those who have been stewarding our land for generations continue that good work across our state. I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 248.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick word of appreciation for Senator Donovan. Likewise, my first opportunity to work with her on hopefully a number of ag bills over the next year and a half. And will have to consider myself now the thread of the tapestry of the ag industry. So just call me the thread going forward.
No, I'll call you the tapestry.
The tapestry. And I appreciate an aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions for the bill sponsors. Setting up a loan program to replace where the consumer markets are not providing loans, apparently. The questions are centered around the cost of doing so. It provides, the fiscal note provides for 1.5 or 150 basis points to set it up, so $450,000 to set this up, and then 100 basis points or 1% per year to administer the program ongoing, which is all fair. I mean, it's within tolerances, maybe a little bit rich. You might be more competitive, quite frankly, in the commercial marketplace. But the question really is, the limits are repealed January 1st of 2022. So can we go to 500 basis points, 5% to administer? What's the intention and why are we repealing something that will restrain the cost of administering this? Question one. And question two is, with regard to the underwriting, is it the intention that this fund will remain whole at all times, or will there be additional general fund contributions necessary to keep this program whole? It's an underwriting question. Are we prepared for losses, and how do we recover those losses if in fact they happen?
Seeing no further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 248. All of those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 249?
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Fenberg and Donovan and Representative Will and Tipper concerning the creation of optional discounted parks and public lands access passes, purchase of time and motor vehicles registered in connection with using the pass fee to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to increased conservation of safety at and access to state parks and public lands.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 199.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 199. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Winter, and Representatives Escar and Gonzalez Gutierrez concerning measures to remove barriers to certain public opportunities.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 199, and I move the Appropriations Committee report and the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did good work making sure that we were clarifying requirements around IDs, and I encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the State Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We simply made the appropriation in the Appropriations Committee and encourage that I vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply acknowledges that we have many people in our communities that are documented and undocumented that are working to contribute to our economy and our communities and should have equal access to some state community benefits, and encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard from many local governments how important this is for them to lower administrative costs, and we will be offering an amendment, Madam Chair. We need just another minute if we could.
No, I'm just waiting for my turn.
We will take a senatorial 5.
You moved 199, right? Yes. I didn't hear it.
We are back, and there is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L012?
L012 to Senate Bill 199 by Senator Priola. Amend
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L012 to Senate Bill 199.
To the amendment.
Members, this amendment strikes a portion of the committee report for State Veterans and Military Affairs that touched on notaries, as well as the amended introduced bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 199. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 249?
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Vandenberg and Donovan and Representative Will and Tipper concerning the creation of an optional discount on parks and public lands access pass that is purchased at the time by motor vehicles registered in connection therewith using the pass fees to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to increase conservation of safety at and access to state parks and public lands.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 249 and the necessary committee reports.
That necessary report is the appropriations report. Who'd like to speak to it?
The appropriations report addressed the fiscal needs to implement the bill.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriation Committee report is adopted. Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 249 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion... Senator Sonnenberg.
Let's lay this bill over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I spent this weekend at a funeral, at a wedding, and at graduations. And the key to the conversation was integrity in all of them. How the person that died had the highest level of integrity, how the class was expected to have integrity, and then in the wedding, integrity, trustworthiness. Why do I bring that up? Members, for me, it's because I think we are not being honest with the people that license their vehicles in Colorado. If we were being honest, we would say that this is and should be an opt-in opportunity for you to buy a Parks Pass when you register your vehicle. And that would be a great idea. You have an opportunity to license your vehicle, whether it be a car, a pickup, or whatever it is. Buy that Park Pass immediately. Reach out to them and say, hey, I want this. Great idea. Unfortunately, this does it the other way. This does it in a way in which they put it on your tax bill for your car and your pickup, like the other additional fees that you're going to encounter in the near future. And you put that on, and then you have to say, oh no, I don't want that. I don't want that fee. I don't want that Park Pass. For someone like me that has a number of vehicles, I will pay attention. And of course, the sponsors have shared that they want to make it abundantly clear what you are having added to your taxes as a fee for Parks and Wildlife. If that's the case, and you don't see any difference in the ramifications here, then we should just make it an opt-in. But here's what they'll tell you. Here's what I'll tell you. If the general public understood what they were paying, they would generate less money. That's why this is an opt-out. They want more money. They're counting on the general public to not pay attention to someone like me that may have 5 pickups, 3 other vehicles, pay an additional $20 per vehicle per year because I didn't pay attention. Because when I license my vehicles, they all come due the same month. I go to the county clerk and I write the check for $2,000. For all of them. I don't look at each one individually. What this bill does is add something else there that I probably won't pay attention to unless I know. And now that I know, I will pay attention. But how many others out there will not know and will actually pay that fee without knowing they paid that fee just simply because they don't have time to deal with it? They write the check and they're done. They get their licenses, they don't know. If we truly wanted the people to be educated on this and know, we would make it an opt-in. The key here is for them to raise money. And in order for them to raise money, they are counting on the general public to not pay attention. If this was an opt-in, it'd be a different story. Being an opt-out where we all got to go in, every single one of us, for every single one of our vehicles, that's going to be a challenge. Asking for a no vote on this bill.
Senator Gonzalez, I believe, was next. Yes. Senator Gonzalez.
Hold on just a second.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001?
Amendment L001.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 249.
To the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Opt-in, opt-out, doesn't really matter if you're poor. And we also know that people of color disproportionately do not access the outdoors. And so what Amendment L001 would do is to instruct the Division of Parks and Wildlife to outreach to and engage with disproportionately impacted communities to ensure that the processes that they set forth take the realities of poor folk and folks of color across our state into consideration. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment. I believe the bill already has this intention in it to make sure that we are including folks in a stakeholder process to develop what this is going to look like, also to develop access to underrepresented and low-income communities so that they can enjoy our state parks. I actually think this bill overall is going to significantly increase resources and access for all families across the state. We consider this a friendly amendment and think it adds value to that stakeholder process.
Senator Liston. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question to the amendment sponsor is how is the Parks and Rec Department going to do this? How are they going to distinguish whether the people are poor or not by just looking at the vehicle registration? I don't understand how that's going to work.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the good senator from Listonville, if you read the amendment, you'll see on lines 9 through 18 the process outlined to engage people from disproportionately impacted communities in a stakeholder process that is also referenced in the bill itself.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find this amendment in terms of its intent to be commendable. I think the division ought to be doing this. In any case, but I have serious questions of whether this fits within the title and ask for a title ruling.
We will take a quick senatorial 5. The chair rules that this does fit under the title. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Amendment L001. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Coram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the bill and addressing the amendment that we just passed, I don't know how you go in and separate, the department goes in and separate what an impacted community is. Because my district is from the wealthiest of the wealthiest to the poorest of the poor. I personally, in my own life, I've been so poor at times, I couldn't even pay attention. But the fact is that I could very easily support this if it was an opt-in. And I think the good Senator from Sterling is exactly correct that we are depending on people being asleep and not knowing what they're paying for. You know, it's in our operation we license several vehicles. Very few of them, if any, will ever make it to a state park. I have not been to a state park in 5 or 6 years. Do I object to having state parks? Absolutely. I think they're wonderful. But I think this is kind of a situation, what's the old country band name, Asleep at the Wheel? Yeah, that's what we're depending on. You're asleep. You don't pay attention. And you will give us that extra $20. And so, you know, it's probably another $160 out of the pocket that I would never use. And on most of those situations, I would opt out because now I am woke.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I just want to say a few things about the opt-in, opt-out business. By opt-out, if you read the bill, it's not going to be something that you didn't even know was there, and you somehow realize on your credit card bill you were overcharged, and so you have to show up to some office somewhere and say, I want to opt out of this, give me my $20 back. That's not what it is. In fact, the bill specifically states that it has to be very clear, there has to be signage, it will be in the script if you were doing it in person. If it's online, this will be very obvious. And in fact, well, probably if it's online, it's probably gonna be something like a pop-up box or something where you actually know and make a decision if you want this or not. It is not gonna be a trick. In fact, the purpose of this is to expand access and awareness and use of our state parks. If it was a trick and nobody knew they got charged for this pass, they wouldn't use it. So we want people to know about it. We want people to use our parks. And if we were to make it much more difficult and something that you don't even have to consider at the point of sale, then that means that the price of the pass would probably have to be quite a bit more. And then we would not be achieving the goal of making our parks more accessible to people of all different income levels. Well, some people buy the pass thinking like, oh, they got that new kayak and you know, they really want to do better this year about using their public parks, and they take out that truck they bought because they thought they were going to, you know, off-road every weekend and they just never got around to it. Some people are going to buy that pass being like, there's a new Steve in town this summer. I'm going to go to the parks every weekend. And maybe they won't go as often as they thought. I don't think that is tricking someone. Everybody who purchases this pass will know they are purchasing it. It will be very clear. In fact, the bill requires it to be clear and requires there to be a stakeholder process amongst folks to develop what that opt-out process will be to make sure it is transparent. And there will be an outreach campaign. Money will be spent on telling people, hey, when you go into the DMV next week, be sure to purchase that pass. Because that's the point of this, is that people know about it, that they use it, and that all of us, or many of us, use it because this is a program that's existed in other states to ensure that our parks are supported because they're being overused, overloved right now. And if we're going to use them, we need to make sure we have a way of supporting those parks because we generally don't provide general fund tax revenue for them. This is about who uses the parks, pays for the parks. and I urge an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I voted for the bill in committee. I think that there's a couple important issues that go with this, and it's quite frankly the reason why I arrived at a yes vote. It's a 50% discount on the cost of service. I like that. I like the idea of saving money. And I'm a business guy. I've lived in the land of assumptive closes my entire life. I walk into a conversation with somebody presenting something to them of such value that it's obvious they're going to buy it because I'm bringing it to them. They still have to decide, yeah, I'm in with you. That's the assumptive side. I think you want to be in with me because it's a great value. Or, nope, I don't want that. That's what this is. You simply say, discount, sounds good to me, I'll take it. Or, yeah, I don't want to do that. Now, you have to pay attention. But you know what? Consistently, constantly, in our life in the digital world, we interact this way every day, or at least in my experience, I do. Many of the apps that I use to make myself more productive during the course of my career, I have to make sure that I'm deciding, do I want this to renew automatically, or do I want to pay for this with a new decision every year? I make that decision at the time I buy the app. Generally, those apps that I download are going to renew automatically, unless I say, you know what, I'm not so sure this is a service I want to continue with, and therefore I want the option of choosing to make that decision again next year. If I think it's something that I've used in the past, I want the convenience of it moving forward. So, a yes vote because I like the discount, and quite frankly, nobody's hiding the ball, but you do have to pay attention, as we do in all aspects of our commercial life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions for the bill sponsor. I'm curious, so on the vehicle registration, when the car owner gets it, vehicle owner gets it, is there going to be some sort of a statement or disclaimer that they can opt in or opt out on that? Would there be some sort of a notice, maybe an insert or whatever? And another, just a question, someone else was asking, how many state parks do we have in Colorado? It's not a trick question.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hear it's about 42. But maybe it's 43 with Fisher's Peak. Simpson Peak. One interesting thing about this bill, though, also, is that it directs the department to attempt to enter into intergovernmental agreements with the federal government. Because a lot of people don't know if a certain public land is state, local, maybe it's open space, maybe it's federal. It would be really great if one day we can get to a place where the Keep Colorado Wild Pass that you purchased for $20, not the $80 that the annual Parks Pass costs right now for somebody, but that actually got you also into national parks and other national public lands. There's no promise that that's going to happen, but the bill directs the department to have that conversation, to enter into negotiations and see if that we can get to a place where your Colorado Pass gets you into essentially all public lands in the state of Colorado. So that's an interesting part of it. It's not just, hopefully one day, it won't just be about Colorado state parks. On the notice, yes, it is directed in the bill that in whatever way the customer is renewing their vehicle, that it will be very clear for how much the pass is, what the pass gets you, and how to opt out. And how to opt out would simply mean, depending on the scenario, whether you're in person, doing it via a postcard, or one of the automated machines they have now, or online, the opt-out is going to look a little different for each one. So we didn't prescribe exactly what it is. If it's online, it's probably a checkbox. If it's in person, it's going to be part of the script that the agent is using. If it's a form, the postcard that you receive, it's going to be essentially, if you want to opt out, the price is $130. If you want to not opt out, opt in, it's $150. So it'll be very clear depending on the way that you are doing it. We did make clear in the bill that the opt-out has to be at the point of sale or the point of transaction. So it's not an afterthought. It's not like you do it and then you realize, oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. And then you have to go to some office or file a form. It is at the point of sale. It will be very clear. And the spirit of the bill, I think, is clear that we want it to be clear. We want people to know about this so that they use it and they celebrate and support their public lands.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I heard the defense of a yes vote on this bill in committee from my good friend and colleague from Monument. Seems to be, if you changed a few words here and there, to be an impassioned plea for why political contributions and your union dues should be on an opt-out basis. You know, the proponents of this bill are fighting really hard to keep this opt-out as opposed to opt-in. We're going to advertise it a lot, and there's a discount, and it's very attractive. It's so attractive, you're going to want to do it. So why not just have it be an opt-out, not an opt-in? Well, in the law, we call that the reverse of a presumption. The presumption is you want it unless you say no. And that has a lot of value. In fact, when I go online and I choose those apps, I at least do that, and I do that willingly and voluntarily. You know what's wrong with this? This is an opt-in thing. I would say to the senator from Monument, this is an opt-in. You know what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this is that I am compelled to register my vehicle. It is I know you don't think of it this way, we take it as a matter of course, but it is an infringement upon my freedom. It's a constitutional infringement upon my freedom, but if it were up to me, I wouldn't have a license plate on my car, and I wouldn't pay for a license plate on my car. Government makes me do it. Okay, I'm not real offended by that. I mean, it's part of 20th century life, even, you know, it's 20th century life. So here we are in the 21st century, you know, it's just the way it is. But I'll tell you something. Consumers, otherwise known in other contexts as our constituents, really dislike these opt-out things when you go on and you buy your app. They despise them. They despise this stuff. But, and by the way, I'm about to say something that I may live to regret saying, okay? I know that's hard for you to believe, but, you know, if this is such a wonderful idea and you get a discount, and the discount's so attractive, why don't we have why don't we have it on an opt-out basis? You know, the Highway Users Trust Fund is a really good program too. Why don't we, when we register our motor vehicle, why don't we say, here's your opportunity to drive the highways and byways of Colorado, use our wonderful, wonderful highways. You're already registering your motor vehicle. You can be a Highways and Byways member for another $20, or you can opt out. Wouldn't you like to pay an additional $20 to, maybe we could do that for our toll lanes. Maybe we could do a special pass an opt-out for toll lanes. Now, that would even be better because there'd be an additional service for it. Y'all like that idea? I told you I'd probably live to regret this. You know, I'd still not like it because of the opt-out part, but I would at least get the nexus between registering my motor vehicle and maybe having the toll pass discount. I could get that. Come on. If you don't think that there's an advantage to reversing the presumption and making it an opt-out, why fight so hard for it? You're fighting hard for it because of reverse presumption and as much advertising as you're talking about, you're going to get people for $20 that wouldn't otherwise do it for one reason or another. Inattention. I mean, the Center for Monument says you got to pay attention. Well, I'm in a hurry. I'm about to be late on my compelled by the state motor vehicle registration. If I don't do it now, I'm going to get a late fee, and I'm in a hurry, and I got to go pick up my kid from soccer and whatever, and I go on and I do it. I call that a convenience tax because I was in a hurry, or I didn't plan well, or something else. Come on. Be intellectually honest. You know that by reversing the presumption and requiring an opt-out, you're going to get way more people. And the people you're going to get are either going to spend money that they're sort of susceptible because they're an easy touch. I mean, there was discussion here a few minutes ago about the sales pitch. It's always easier to get the sales pitch when you get somebody through the door. And here's the thing about this. I don't go online and go, I need this app. I don't answer my door and find somebody there to sell me something and get to say, no, I don't want you to come in. What I get is compulsion by the government to buy what I have to have as a matter of law or be a criminal. And oh, while you're at it, you know, we got another $20 added on there. Got to pay attention. Got to pay attention. We're going to punish you if you don't pay attention. We're going to take your $20 if you're not paying attention. You know, you may be sitting there going, why is Bob so worked up about this? I say Bob because I don't call myself senator in my head. Why is Bob so worked up about this? I'm worked up about this because philosophically this is a microcosm of so much we do down here that my constituents object to. It is a microcosm of that. My argument of if everybody pays it, it's lower for everybody else. Socialism is great, isn't it? From each. You know, you can say it. You know, we'll get a little bit from everybody, so those that use the parks and want to use the parks, they won't pay as much as those others who weren't paying attention, who were compelled by law to register their car and were in a hurry and didn't pay attention. If you're going to do all that advertising, and it is such a great product, and by the way, I might well opt in myself, but if it is that great a product and the discount is that wonderful, you know what? What's good salespeople say? The product will sell itself. I ask for no vote.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the time that I've been in this building, I've worked on public lands. This is not a surprise to any of you. This bill has been, and this concept has been years and years in the making, because this is also not a new conversation to this building. Our population is growing. Our parks are seeing increased pressure and use. We have an evolving outdoor recreation economy, and the mix of users that utilize our park system and our public lands is changing from the original model that we thought would be the funding mechanism for our department that takes care of our public lands. And so one way over the years that we have come up with as a thoughtful way to have stable and long-term funding for our state park system is this model that we think will work well in Colorado. We've discussed other ideas. We have had discussions with various user groups. Mountain bikers are one that leaps to mind. And through all those conversations over the past at least 5 years that I've been involved with them, and actually this concept in the research that the department has found was found on the books decades ago, is a way to ask more people that use our state parks besides the Hook and Bullet Club, to ask more than just the Hook and Bullet community to participate in the long-term funding of our park system. And so, by doing that, we can also bring down the cost for everyone, because we are using a place where the state interacts with the citizens of Colorado to ask more people to participate in stable long-term funding for something that I don't think any of us deny is an important part of Colorado. With this bill, we also go through in statute, because we say, what will the money be used for? We say, we have the tingles in the statute of how not only that this access to parks will bring with it a multi-agency pass, sufficient staffing and resources to manage our 72 existing state parks, as we've seen the usage of those parks skyrocket. We're going to be able to support our search and rescue teams, which is a place that we have not been able to figure out how to support because we have a limited general fund. And when it comes down to prioritizing some things over the other, things in my part of the state often get cut out of the budget. Educational campaigns around wildfire prevention. Working with local governments and recreationists to build new state parks. This seems like a great idea as our population continues to climb. Addressing capacity issues. New trails, stewardship, river recreation projects. These not only allow more people to access these assets of our incredible state, but also let them to do it in a supported way that doesn't cause degradation to the overall system. Dedicated resources to the State Wildlife Action Plan to conserve vulnerable species and habitats. You know what happens when we don't have the money to protect vulnerable species and habitats? We start seeing more regulation. We're going to support new CPW initiatives focused on equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we're going to fund regional outdoor partnerships to reflect community priorities. This is a key part of the outdoor recreation economy to make sure that these dollars enhance. So I just want to show the thoughtfulness that's behind this bill and the way that it's evolved over the years. I'm excited about this idea. Over all the ways that we've been talking about, how can we find stable long-term funding of our parks? How can we afford that stable long-term funding as we're seeing other funding sources decrease? How can we find stable long-term funding to make sure that we can plan into the future for these spaces that aren't supposed to be about today, but are supposed to be about the legacy of what we leave for generations to come? This is a really exciting opportunity. And it also will, I hope, encourage more people to participate and explore our wonderful parks and travel around the state and support our rural communities. Be part of that outdoor recreation economy. Go to a park you've never been to and hopefully stop at the restaurant in my little town while you're going to that park that you've never seen to. My colleague just said they've never bought they've never bought a pass because it was $80. But $20, that sounds great. Ask for your support of Senate Bill 249.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the stable long-term funding issue has been an issue for Parks and Wildlife for as long as I can remember. I was actually the idiot that ran the bill to combine the Division of Parks and the Division of Wildlife. Thank you for that question. I was an idiot because it was supposed to help with efficiencies, that they created this enterprise in which it would be self-run, self-funding, and be able to meet the needs through those efficiencies of all of the people in Colorado and all of those that came to join us from other states. Here's what I want to tell you. To me, it's all about the opt-in and the opt-out issue. If you think the difference is solely the opportunity to view that at your county clerks or on the website or on the card and make the decision, then why are we anticipating up to $37 million more dollars generated over what we have seen in the past? In the last 5 years, we've seen an additional 600,000 people go to the parks. That's incredible. That's a great plan. If you do the math and assume that there are 2 vehicles per, or 2 people per vehicle, that's an additional 300,000 cars or vehicles that should want to do this park pass. But let's assume the good senator from Vail is correct, that if we have $20 per park pass, that we would have more people go. I actually think that's true. I think we would. I don't know what that number is. I would like to find out. But I don't think it's the 1.9 million additional vehicles that we can anticipate that shows up on our fiscal note. That tells me they're counting on 1.9 million people, or a fraction of that won't know, that will actually sign up and never use the park. Ask for an I know, or ask for a no vote. See, I take my cues from my leadership.
Senator Lundeen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my colleague, the double lawyer from El Paso County, whom I consider to be a mentor and brings brilliant advice at all times, brought up an issue that I really want to talk about. But before I get to that, let's talk about the financing aspects of this. Here's the way I believe it will happen, and here's why additional money will be raised. Individuals like myself who would like to go to the park, to a state park, but may not go to a state park, when I renew my vehicle, I'm going to be offered the opportunity to buy my park pass at a discount. What will I do? I will say, yeah, I definitely intend to go to the park. I'm going to go ahead and take the opt-in. I'm going to take exactly what's being offered to me. A discounted park pass. Yay. Now, if I go or not, that's up to me. And the reality is, if that year had gotten busy and I hadn't gone to the park, I never would have gone to the park and I wouldn't have bought the park pass and we wouldn't have raised that money. So folks with discretionary income and intention and desire to support or go to the parks, they'll say, when confronted with the question, do you want to get your park pass now or do you want to wait? They'll say, yeah, I want to get the park pass now because it's discounted. I'll take that. That's how it raises extra money. That's cool. But now to the issue that I think is much more interesting. The double lawyer from El Paso County raised this idea. Well, this is just like what happens with the folks who are members of the teachers union, who are automatically enrolled and they have to find a way to get out of the lobster trap in which they've been caught. This is quite the opposite. I wish that union enrollment of that nature were as simple as, hey, do you want to sign up? We're going to sign you up unless you say no right now. Instead, that's a hidden box. That is you have a week or two during this particular window to find your way out of this lobster trap. And I've spurred the double lawyer from El Paso County out of his seat. This is going to be an interesting conversation, I'm sure. I wish, quite frankly, that this were the same thing that were offered. I've said that backwards. I wish that the folks who are being drawn into the union would have the same simple, obvious, binary choice. Do you want to do it or not? That this bill offers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003, the Senate.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have provided a copy of the amendment to the prime sponsors, and I hope they've had a few minutes to review it. The idea here is that we understand that the sponsors want this to be an opt-out. So in year one, if this bill becomes law, the idea behind L003 is that if a resident, a payer of license registration fees in Colorado, says, no, I don't want it, that he or she would just have to opt out once. And the default would be maintained in the system. Now we have these new fancy things called computers, and this incredible thing called the internet. And this year, I renewed my license plates online. I paid the fee. I was frustrated because it kind of seemed like it was going to charge me more if I put my bank account information in there or use a credit card, but I paid a surcharge to pay online to save revenue and my county clerk having to have personnel do that work. But anyway, the computer systems understand these things called defaults. And I see very similar when I go online every year to go into like drawing, license drawing for big game hunting, like elk and deer. And you have to do that usually by about April 1st. And then I like to buy a combo fishing license. Now, I'm one of the members of this chamber who does go to state parks. My son and I frequently will go out to Cherry Creek State Park because there's a shooting facility out there. And during COVID, I've noticed that when we go into Cherry Creek State Park, which is just out here in suburban southeast Denver, it's not up in the mountains, it's not a great deal distance, but a lot of people go there. During COVID, the times that I've been to Cherry Creek State Park, you know what I haven't seen? A person working at the gate taking money. You go inside and fill out a form. Now, maybe I've just been there at off hours, only when the park is open, but I haven't seen people actually working there taking money. The good senator from El Paso County had a comment that it was kind of my point. Yeah, it's kind of opt-in. You could drive in and drive around without paying, but there's a fine for that. And I don't do that. So you go in, and then you get a little envelope, and you fill it out, and you pay your money. Okay. I can't say that I'm completely opposed to Senate Bill 249 because I'm one who would say, yes, I'll buy a park pass. Now, I've done that daily, but the annual pass, yeah, maybe if it was on my license plates renewal or first time, maybe I would say yes. So I get that. But whatever my answer is in the first year, L003 would allow that to be my answer in future years. I wouldn't have to keep answering that every year. And remember, I got to answer that question every year. So if the first year default is yes, and a vehicle owner says no, L003 would allow it to be an opt-in in future years. And I'm curious to know what the sponsors think of it, but it seems like a pretty reasonable thing given all this fancy new, brand new technology. I know it's just weeks or months old, but computers and the internet, seems like they can do these things. And this would allow the division to work through that and allow your first choice to be your default choice in the future. Ask for an aye vote.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did just receive this amendment. I think it was just drafted, so no hard feelings about not getting it in advance. I think it was just drafted a few minutes ago. I think we are open to something related to this. I do have questions on the cost and the fact that this would essentially be developing two parallel systems rather than just one, meaning there will have to be software. And anytime, in my experience, you tell Department of Motor Vehicles to update software, it does cost quite a bit, and it takes a while. So I do have some concerns about that. I also would want to make sure it is not more confusing for the consumer, because some cards will be an opt-in, some would be an opt-out. People probably don't remember what they did last year, if they opted in or if they opted out. I'm open to this. I think I'm hesitant to adopt this on the fly without talking to the departments and the different folks who would actually have to develop this. I'd be more comfortable if it was more of like a kick in the can to a rulemaking or a process to develop this, rather than sort of stating how it would happen in statute. I urge a no vote.
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A long, long time ago, I got to be in a position that allowed me to just move that a bill get laid over to the end of the calendar. I think they call that the Senate Majority Leader. And I just wonder if the Senate Majority Leader would be willing to maybe lay this bill over a bill or to the end of the calendar. We have others. Rather than just say no. If I understand his concerns, this might cost something relative to programming software. I think that there's going to be software programmed if the bill becomes law. So this wouldn't require it to be done twice. It would just require a difference. Make this the default. Now, I'm not a software programmer, but I use computers, and I think that when the software is written to enable 249 to happen, that there will be defaults in the system. Right now, I think the default is everybody has to answer the question every year. And it may cost some amount of money more, but I think if I were at a private company bidding that contract, I'd just say, offer to do it for the same price, because that checkbox has to be programmed either way. So if it's a significant increase, I'd be really surprised. But this is kind of the nature of what computers do. They remember stuff based on whether that checkbox is clicked or unchecked, checked or unchecked. So I don't think this is a costly amendment, and that certainly isn't the intent, but I wonder if the majority leader would consider laying the bill over one or a few in order for stakeholders to come back and answer the question, is this a tiny little ask or a great big ask? And if it's a great big ask, gosh, I'd like to know too, but I think the answer is no, it's just a checkbox, and it's pretty minimal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I rise in support of L003, and I'm just low man on the totem pole here, but from my recollection also, it's certainly within the purview and the power of the good senator from Boulder, that if he wants to lay something over, he can do that. And I think this is a good, fair, reasonable amendment, and to lay this bill over a day, you could get an answer, I would think, in a day. The world isn't going to stop in a day, and I'm inclined that I would like to support this bill, and with this amendment, I think I could. So just the lowly senator from El Paso County, lowly senator, junior senator from El Paso County, I would respectfully ask for the almighty, omnipotent senator from Boulder to lay the bill over for a day, and we'll get a good answer. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the motion before Senator Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, I know sponsors aren't required to answer questions, but I just wonder if the majority leader, I appreciate the open communication that we've had on other bills and process. I just wonder if he would consider laying the bill over rather than voting down the amendment. I guess we could vote it down and bring it back on a cow, but this isn't intended to be confrontational. I thought it was a rather elegant solution between opt-in or opt-out. We understand the sponsors want this to be opt-out, and that's what it will be. But could the opt-out stand as the default answer? So, just ask again, could we lay the bill over a bill or a few and come back, or do we just vote this down and then run it as a cow? Seems less confrontational to lay it over.
Is there any further discussion? Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 174.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 174.
Do you need to withdraw your amendment?
Oh, can I still do that after the...
Yeah, I would withdraw your amendment, please. Yeah.
Before we proceed, however, Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the request from the Secretary, I withdraw the amendment in hopes of moving it again in the future.
Amendment L003 is withdrawn. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill, the title to Senate Bill 174?
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Cook and Janal and Representative Burton Carver concerning adoption of written policies by law enforcement agencies for constitutionally required peace officer credibility disclosure notification.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 174, the Judiciary Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an amendment that said that we're saying that not sustained complaints, we're not going to be sent to the DA unless there was an active concurrent criminal or internal investigation. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report. The Appropriations Committee has appropriated the money.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's a lot of law enforcement bills this session. This is one of the most important ones that probably most of you have not really heard much about. This bill would require law enforcement agencies to report directly to District Attorney's Office following inappropriate conduct by law enforcement officers, intentionally making false statements in an official matter or document demonstrating bias against an individual on basis of race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, national origin, and other protected classes, committing a felony or a crime involving dishonesty, tampering with evidence. Right now, judicial districts throughout the entire state all do things differently, as do law enforcement agencies throughout the state. When it comes to these kind of issues, they report it differently, and the DAs do things differently. So this is basically just to require them to come up with a policy and procedure on how to handle Brady issues.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Janal.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006.
Yeah. They have to distribute it first.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 174 by Senator Cook.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L006.
Now is when you would want to move it.
No, go ahead and move it. Yeah.
I move L006.
Great. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It defines and establishes a Peace Officer Credibility Disclosure Committee, which will adopt and implement written policies and procedures for handling the peace officer credibility disclosures. It also amends the bill to include only sustained findings of misconduct by peace officers as opposed to ongoing investigations. And lastly, it requires that a procedure be established for making a peace officer credibility disclosure notification available and searchable by the public. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Make a motion again to move Senate Bill 174 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 174. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Yes. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we take up Senate Bill 253.
The motion is to proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 253. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 253?
Senate Bill 253 by Senators Zenzig and Danielson, Representative Carver, and Michelson Zane, concerning license plates for veterans who have disabilities and in connection therewith creating license plates to honor women veterans with disabilities.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 253 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made an appropriation. I urge an aye vote on the report.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill just allows for the creation of a license plate for women veterans with disabilities, which is important because that license plate guarantees veterans with disabilities certain rights and access, and I think we should stop the carve-out for women. And I urge an aye vote on 253.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 253. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted.
What's left? What's next? 146?
Majority Leader from Burke.
Madam Chair, I move that we proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 146.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up Senate Bill 146. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will proceed out of order. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 146?
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Lee and Representative Bacon concerning measures to improve prison release outcomes.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 146 and the Judiciary and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
The Judiciary Committee amended the bill in a number of respects to delete a provision for earned time for the COVID lockdown, to limit the definition of special needs parole, to revert to the original statute on incompetency to proceed, and to clarify the role of the public defender to assist people getting ready to be released from the Department of Corrections. And then it reduced the responsibility of the Department of Corrections to provide medical insurance to 6 months. And that is the Judiciary Committee report. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee voted 7-0. The bill saves $1.5 million in the Department Corrections, and the Appropriations Committee allocated the money to the various components of the bill. Ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations
Is there
Committee
any
report.
other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L006?
Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 146.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Amendment 006 is a amendment requested by the Governor's Office to allow assignment of inmates to the CSP2 voluntarily for work assignments. Ask for an aye vote on L006.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 146. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 249?
249 by Senators Fenberg and Donovan and Representative Will and Tipper concerning the creation of optional discount parks and public lands access passes, purchase at the time a motor vehicle is registered, and in connection therewith using the pass fees to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to increase conservation or safety and access to state parks and public lands.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 249.
And as amended, because there was
As
an
amended.
Appropriations Committee report earlier.
A very good recommendation as amended, Madam Chair.
Great. Minority Leader Holbert. There is
Thank
an
you, Madam
amendment on the
Chair. I
desk.
think there is an amendment at the desk.
There is. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 249 by Senator Holbert. Amend printed
Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L003.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After some consultation with the division, I believe that there is support for L003. And some of the conversation that we had outside, understanding that other state or other states might do something similar to this, but then reset the default every 5 years or something like that. I believe that the conversation ended, and I'll allow the majority leader to voice opposition or disagreement with this perspective, but as we work through L003, it seems like this would allow the division to maintain the default, which is what I'm after, and instead of resetting the default after some prescribed number of years, it would just ask the question every year. So if you opt out, it might ask the question if you renew online or in person, hey, are you aware that you could save money if you want to buy a Parks Pass? You could save money by opting back in. But I believe that the intention now is that if you opt out, that it would just come back and ask every year, would you like to opt in? But on the first year, it would opt everybody in. So you'd have that burden in the first year to say, no, I want to opt out. Now I would say, again, as a hunter, I fish, my sons hunt and fish, we love to go camping, I buy Parks Passes. So for me, to have a lower cost on this, potentially, I'm not opposed to paying less. I'm okay with paying less. But, as with hunting licenses and other things that I purchase, I'm getting used to computers understanding what my preferences are. And if I tell it once, I don't want to be in that, I would prefer not to have to go back and remember to tell it every year afterwards. And I'm totally okay if it invites me to opt back in, but for me, I'm probably going to stay opted in. And if this amendment were to be adopted, and if it comes back from the House with this in it, I'll tell you now, I'm going to vote yes. I wouldn't vote yes on the bill if it just stayed the way it is. And I don't mean to negotiate for my vote or vote trade or anything, but I'm telling you, my opposition to the bill would be resolved if L003 were adopted and asked for an aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Lundin.
2 words, 4 words, 6 words. Elegant amendment.
You were right the first time.
Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the conversation. This is a topic that we discussed when we were drafting the bill, so it is not a new concept. We didn't put it in the bill because we felt there were still some outstanding questions on how to do it and to make sure it was done in the right way. We're comfortable moving forward with this amendment as is right now. Perhaps the House will tinker with it and perfect it, but we urge an aye vote. We consider this a friendly amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 249. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over the one bill on the balance of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oh, when are we laying it over to?
I wanted it to be a mystery, Madam Chair, till tomorrow.
Okay, so we are laying over Senate Bill 261 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay over the bill until tomorrow. Majority Leader Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will rise and report. Do you want your cord?
The Senate will come to order. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bills 180 as amended, 229 as amended, 240 as amended, 241 as amended, 243 as amended, 248 as amended, 199 as amended, 174 as amended, 253 as amended, 146 as amended, 249 as amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading, final passage. House Bills 1006 as amended, 1010, 1073, 1087, 1128, 1145, 1180 as amended, 1219 as amended, passed on second reading, and order revised and placed in the calendar for third reading, final passage. House Bills 1121, Senate Bill 87, 200, 261 laid over until 519 and retaining their place in the calendar. Senate Bill 190 laid over until 520 and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Zenzinger.
We can't adopt the report because he hasn't passed. Yeah, I know. Okay, we're just trying to figure this out to get to her.
So we'll just say that you'll have an amendment. So this is the amendment that she's going to have.
We still have to move the report.
Yeah, so we're
You haven't moved Diane. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 248? Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 248.
Cal Amendment 001 to Senator
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam President. How appropriate to offer a cow amendment to the CAF program that Senate Bill 248. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Cal 001 to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the Donovan floor amendment L003 to Senate Bill 21248 did not pass, and that the following new amendment did pass.
Is there any discussion? The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 001. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, that amendment is adopted. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 180 as amended, Senate Bill 229 as amended, Senate Bill 240 as amended, Senate Bill 241 as amended, Senate Bill 243 as amended, Senate Bill 248 as amended, Senate Bill 199 as amended, Senate Bill 174 as amended, Senate Bill 253 as amended, Senate Bill 146 as amended, Senate Bill 249 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1006 as amended, House Bill 1010, House Bill 1073, House Bill 1087, House Bill 1128, House Bill 1145, House Bill 1180 as amended, House Bill 1219 as amended, passed on second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 87, Senate Bill 200, Senate Bill 261, laid over until 519 and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 190, laid over until 520 and retaining its place on the calendar. The following change in sponsorship, the following changes in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Zenzinger will be added as a Senate co-prime sponsor with Senate Priola on Senate Bill 180. Message from the House.
May 18th, Mr. President, House has passed third reading, transmitted to rider statutes, House Bills 1068, 1296, 1171, amended as printed in House Journal May 17th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to rider statutes, Senate Bill 119, amended as printed in House Journal May 17th.
Message from the Governor.
Monday, May 17th, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 92, Sunset Surgical Assistants and Surgical Technologists, approved on Monday, May 17th at 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 100, Sunset Continuing Council Higher Education Representative, approved on Monday, May 17, 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 104, Sunset Special Education Fiscal Advisory Committee, approved on Monday, May 17, 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 143, Uniform Collaborative Law Act, approved on Monday, May 17, 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 171, Uniform Fiduciary Income and Principal Act, approved on Monday, May 17, 10:45 a.m. Senate Bill 205, 2021-22 Long Appropriations Bill, approved on Monday, May 17th, 11:27 a.m. Senate Bill 226, Increase the General Fund Reserve, approved on Monday, May 17th at 11:28 a.m. Sincerely, Jerry Polis, Governor.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, we will be meeting at 2:15 in the Old Supreme Court. I also want to announce that House Bill 1257 will be laid over and rescheduled to a further date. We will be hearing House Bill 1274, House Bill 1277, and House Bill 1287. See y'all at 2:15. Thank you.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Local Government Committee will be meeting at 2:15 in Senate Room 352. We will be hearing 6 bills. See you at 2:15.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. Transportation and Energy will also be meeting at 2:15. We will hear Senate Bill 1253, 1238, 1245, and 1291. Look forward to seeing you at 2:15.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, colleagues, listen up. It's an incredibly important announcement concerning the Conference Committee on HB 21-1016. It will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., that is May 19th, in House Committee Room 107. All of the public and that would like to listen in, that is 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, HCR 107 for the Conference Committee on House Bill 1016.
Further announcements. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. Just announce that I will be replacing the good senator from Sterling on State Veterans and Military Affairs this afternoon, and we will have a letter to the desk. Sometimes rain and weather dictates what a farmer has to do when, and I'm happy to be there for my good friend from Sterling. Also, Madam Chair, if I may have a moment of personal privilege.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Colorado Avalanche. They beat the Blues last night 4-1. Go Avs!
I was going to say serving on state affairs is a weird way to celebrate the Avs victory, but up to you. Further announcements? Majority Leader Finberg.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, thank you for your work. We do have a couple of bills from the House. We will be reading them across. You do not need to be here for it. Madam President, I move that the Senate recess until 2 p.m. today.
You've heard the motion. It's stand in recess until 1400. Seeing no objection, the Senate will stand in recess. We are adjourned. Correction, we'll stand in recess.